Let's look how to create Figma account. Actually, it's pretty easy. You just go to figma.com and as you see, there is a big sign up button over here. I click it and I see some options. I can either use Google account or I can use my email. It's obviously that if you choose to sign up with Google account, your Figma account will be connected to your Google account with your email that you use in your Google account. The other way is to use email. Okay, I will use this temporary email service and I will create Figma account with this email. Okay, I paste this email and I set some random password. Okay, longer than 7 characters. Okay, my name Nikita. What kind of work do? I do marketing. I don't want to join Figma mailing list, but if you are new to Figma, probably you can subscribe to it. Okay, so I have to verify my account. I go here and see the email from Figma that says verify email. Okay, click it and we're here. I have to create my first team. For example, I name it Nikita's for example, I name it Nikita's squad. Okay, and now Figma shows me this invitation to invite other collaborators. This is made for you to create a team from scratch. And actually, if you invite too many people, you will have to create a paid account. So actually, currently, we will skip this step. And I will start with a free account. I set start account and Figma asks if I want to use some templates or start a blank file. Okay, I will use some template. As you see, there are some of them. I have some blank presets. Anyway, I will create a file now. So I will just choose this one. And as you see, my file is opened. So actually right now I have Figma account, I can use it. I have some files over here. So this is pretty simple. I hope you will create it without any problems. There are two ways to use Figma. You can either use web interface or you can use a Figma app. I prefer Figma app, and let's see how this works. Right now I'm using Figma in my browser. This works fine, but if I have a lot of different tabs over here, this will be overwhelming, and sometimes it even can work slowly because different tabs can load your computer a lot. So in this case I prefer using Figma app. Actually, I prefer using Figma app always. This is how it looks. It's pretty similar to that we have here. Everything is on the place. But the main advantage is that it is a separate application at your desktop, and you can always open just it and you will focus on Figma. So let's see where to find the application. You can type figma.com/downloads. And there are several files over here. There are desktop apps for Mac and for Windows. There are 2 apps for your mobile phones, for iOS and Android, and these are not graphical editors. These are preview apps. So if you work with mobile apps or mobile screens, this app will create a great preview of your design right on your smartphone. So we don't need these apps for creating banners and for our marketing purposes unless you create mobile screens. And font installers. There are a lot of fonts inside Figma, and if you want to manage them, you can download these installers for your fonts, but if you use desktop app, it doesn't require this. So all your fonts from Figma will be right there, but if you add some additional fonts into your system, this will work like with any other program at your computer. You just have to install other fonts that Figma doesn't have inside. You have to install them into your system manually, so like with any other app at your desktop. Okay, so after you click download the app, you will get a zip file and you will install it. Okay, so I suggest you do this. It's more handy to use Figma with the desktop app. Hi my friend, this is an update to this video from April 2021. Currently the pricing in Figma looks like this, and there are these pricing plans, but Figma announced that it will change a little. Actually it will change a lot, because currently the free starter plan allows you to invite one more editor to your team. So there are up to 2 editors at a team, and Figma promises that it will eliminate this limitation, and in the starter plan you will be allowed to invite as many editors as you want. So this is actually pretty cool, but Figma didn't announce the date when this will become true. So now I just update this lesson and I don't know the date, so probably there will be some time frame when you might watch this video when Figma already changed the plan and I haven't updated the lesson yet. So if it is so, you can still watch the video. You will understand that if I'm talking about these limitations of 2 editors, that it's already gone, but everything about other plans probably will still be true. So I encourage you to watch this lesson to the end, because there will be some tips how to avoid overspending on these paid plans and so on. So now let's go to the video and hope that Figma will launch this change soon. And now let's talk about pricing in Figma. Actually, Figma is a free tool, but if you need some more options, there are some payment plans. So how to get there? Let's look at the plans. I'm at figma.com right now, and now I'm going to pricing page. figma.com/pricing, and now I see 3 plans: free, professional and organization. By default we're on the starter plan and we are good with it. Actually it's enough for you to do anything that we study at our course. But if you need some extra features, you can upgrade. So let's see the difference among these plans. What do we have in a free, professional and organization plan? Actually, before we speak about some functionality and about prices, we have to understand what we pay for and how we pay. We pay for teams in Figma, and this is very important to understand, that you don't pay for your account, you don't pay for something you created, you pay for teams. Now I'm going to the app and I'm at my teams page. Here you see 4 different teams: smart banners, banners for projects, and in my team and demo team. Each of these teams can be either paid or free. So you pay for the team, not for the project. You don't pay for just your account. So if you have 4 different teams, 2 of them can be paid and 2 of them free, or all of them can be free, or all of them can be paid. So you can be invited to some team that is paid, and you can pay for other members at your team. And some of your teams can be free. So let's go back to the price and plans and see the difference among them. So what do we have at our free plan? We have 3 projects and up to 2 editors. This means that if you have a free team, you can collaborate only with one another person. If you give access to another people, they either will be viewers, or you have to upgrade your pricing plan. Let's try it. I'm moving back to my app and I see that there are 2 members in this team. I want to invite someone else. I will type another email and I want to give editor access to this account, and I press send invite. Now I see a notification: upgrade to professional. As long as I have a free plan, I am allowed to have only up to 2 editors in this team. This says that invitation was sent to the email, but the person who will accept the invitation will have only viewer access until I upgrade this team. And if I go to this team and I want to invite some members, I will do the same. And I put editor access. So as you see, there is no that notification, and my invitation was sent. So this is how it works. You pay for team. And this is a very important notice that you have to be aware of, because once I paid 60 extra bucks because I didn't know this. If you are administrator of your team, if you pay for this team, this means that you pay for all editors in this team. So once I created a team, I invited people there, and it was on a paid plan, of course, because there were a lot of people. And at that time I thought that each person pays for him or herself. So I didn't know that I have to pay for all of these people after all. So be careful if you use paid plans. Okay, let's go back to our pricing plans and let's see what professional gives us. Since we pay for the professional plan, we get unlimited projects and we get unlimited version history. At the free plan, we have 30-day version history. This means that if you make some changes and then you want to revert them, to cancel them, you have only 30 days to do this. Actually, I think that this is more than enough, because when 30 days pass, usually you don't remember what did you do at that time, and usually it's more than enough. I use free plans at some projects, I use paid plans at another, and I didn't come to the situation when I had a limit of version history, and it was some point of problem. So I don't think that this is very important, but if you work at some company and you collaborate with many people, maybe this will be important for you. And one more thing, this doesn't mean that some of your files are deleted after 30 days. No, everything is kept forever until Figma works. But you just can't cancel the changes. You can't revert changes that you made more than 30 days ago. So what else do we have at professional plan? We can set custom file user permissions, so we can set some permissions to one file or to another. And the free plan, all users has access to all the files at the team. At professional plan, we have to invite people into projects, and you get shareable team libraries. So you can create libraries and share them across your teams. And let's move to organization plan. Actually, this is for big companies, and as you see, there are a lot of complicated words over here. So if you need this, you will probably understand that your company needs this organization plan, but usually you don't need this unless you are a big company. Okay, so here at this page you can compare the plans. There are some other features and options explained here. What is the difference among all these plans? You can read FAQ and so on. Okay, so let's repeat once again. In Figma you pay for teams, and you can be member of one free team, and you can be a member of another paid team, and you can pay for another team by yourself. But since you pay for some team, make sure that you understand that if you give editor access to any account, to any user, you will pay for this user in your team. That's it. And let's look how to upgrade. Actually, we have a team and we have this button upgrade. This is shown only if you are at the Teams section. So I press this link, I'm at the Teams section and I want to upgrade it. I have two options, professional or organization plan. I choose professional, upgrade to professional. And what do I see here? I have two editors, 12 bucks, seat, month. But I want to pay monthly. In this case, I have to pay 15 bucks per each seat. Let's change it to 3 and continue to payment. As you see, there is 45 bucks. When you enter your payment options, payment details, you will be all set. And if you choose annual plan, you will have all amount to pay right here. This is all with pricing, and as I said, you can use Figma for free, and this is fulfill all your needs until you need some more collaboration. When you need it, you can upgrade, but now you can perfectly work on your free plan. Hi my friend, since I recorded this video, Figma changed its interface a little, so let's look what changed. There are two changes in these menus. Previously the search was over here and it moved here, so I can search something. And community moved down here, and now I can click it to get to the community and to look for different things, to look for files and plugins. Actually, all the rest is the same. It just now is more, it looks more like a browser than it was before. So you can go back to your account like this. So this is community, and if you want to go back, you can either use this arrow or you can use this drop down and go to your account. And that's it. The rest of the video is correct for now, so let's go and see the lesson. After you register a Figma account, you have access to two working areas. The first one is actually your graphical editor, where you create your graphics. And the second one is file manager and settings. Let's look how to navigate between them and what's inside. So let's start with a graphical editor. Right now we are in browser. And I will go and open one of my files, for example this one. And now while it's opening, I switch to the Figma app at my desktop and go to the file that we will work with. So this is a graphical editor. There are a lot of menus, we will learn all of them. This is how it looks in a browser. So this is pretty similar because actually Figma app is browser itself, so this is very similar. Let's look how to navigate between these two sections. There is a difference in an app and in browser. So when you are working with the Figma app, you have direct access to your files and settings via this tab. It's always there, and when I click it, I go to the settings, I go to my files, community, and all this stuff. And if I open some files, they just open in new tabs. So this is pretty easy, and I like to use the app more because it's a little more handy. And when I go to the browser, I'm inside the file now, and now I want to go outside it and to get to my files or to my settings. For this I have to click this menu and click back to files. So now I am there, I'm back to my files and settings and everything. So there is the difference between your app and a browser. I think you understand why this is made this way. It's because when you work in your Figma app, you work only with Figma, but when you are in a browser, there could be a lot of other stuff. So I prefer using app because I can focus on Figma there, and I suggest you to do the same. So from now I will go to Figma app and work there. Okay, we will have a lot of different lessons in these graphical editor. So in this lesson we will cover our file manager and the settings. So let's go from the beginning. This is a profile tab, and there are three tabs inside it. Settings. Here I have some settings. I can change anything. I can set up my profile picture, so on. I have plugins. These plugins are installed in my account, and if I want to develop some plugins, they would be here. So anyone can develop plugins for Figma, and if my plugin is ready, it would go to published after I publish it. Okay, and teams. Figma is a collaborative tool, so here we see some files that are accessible to other teams. You will need it if you work with the teams actually. Okay, here are notifications. If someone from your teams does something, you will see notifications here. Then there is a search. You can search inside Figma. Okay, so I have some files with Figma for marketing content, and I can search inside files, projects, or people. This is handy if you have a big account and a lot of collaborators. Recent. I see the files that I used recently here. So this was the last, and they go chronologically. Okay, I can change these, and I can import a file with this button. Sometimes people upload Figma files not with the links to Figma resources, but with a Figma file .fig, and if you have this file you can import it right here. And if you want to create a new one, you should click this plus button. You can see some deleted files over here. If you want to create a new team, you should click this create new team button, obviously. And let's go and see what's inside the community tab. You can search for different ready-to-use files that were made by other people and that are available for you to use. So here are two types of content, the files and the plugins. Plugins are some tools that allow you to do something extra, something that is not being built with Figma by itself, but this extension can help you to do something else. We will have a separate lesson with plugins. For example, this plugin removes background from your images, so you don't have to do it manually, and it works fine with many objects with many images, and there are a lot of different plugins over here. The other type is files. So actually there are different files over here, and you can navigate with these buttons. For example, I want to find some icons, and I see a lot of different files with icons, so I don't have to create icons manually. I can use these files, find something that I like. Of course, if you want, you can create your own icons. But if you don't have a very serious project where you have to create everything from scratch, you probably can use these, and you can change anything you want inside these files. And there are different types of the files. Design systems are very complex files, wireframes are very complex files as well. It's for building some interfaces. There are illustrations, different kind of illustrations, people, characters, backgrounds, and so on. So Figma is very powerful because of its community, because of all these files that are available to you, and this is very easy to use them in your projects. So actually this is the whole file manager and settings interface. I think this is not so difficult, and let's move and see what's inside the graphical editor, and we will start creating banners soon. Let's look how to organize your files in your teams and projects. As we've learned at pricing lesson, you can create as many teams as you want, so you can use them to organize your files. Actually, let's go and see. I have a Team Smart Banners, and I have 3 projects here. Figma for marketers and growth hackers. Actually, I decided to rename it. Let's find where to rename it. I can rename it here. I decided to change it to marketing and growth hacking. Okay, so I have all the files for this course here. I have some files here. These are templates for Google, Facebook, and they're all together in one Smart Buttons team. If I want, I can create some another team. Let's say I have this one, demo team, and I have two projects here. Design system, this is created by default. So if you want to create more projects, let's create one more, demo project 2, and as you see, there are 3 of them, and this is a limit for a free team. You can't create more than 3 projects inside. So I want to create one more, and it says upgrade to professional, but I don't want. I just can remove this project that is created by default, and now I can create my third one, demo project 3. Okay, so now I have 3 projects here. And now I can organize my files into these projects. For example, I created something and it is located in my drafts. I want to move it to my project. I can just drag it here, for example, to demo project 1. And now it will be here. So as you see, the files that are not located in any project are located in the drafts section. So after I moved a file to demo project 1, it is here as you see, it has been removed from my drafts. I want to move this one to that projects as well, and this one as well. So I will put them all together. Do I have any yellow one? No. Okay. I will rename it. Oops, I just moved it from my favorites. So I want to rename it to yellow project 1. So now you see how to organize all your files into projects. Remember that there is limit 3 projects per team, but you can create unlimited quantity of your teams. If you want to remove these limitations, you can always upgrade to professional plan and use as many projects as you want in one team. And there is one more thing. When you go to your team page, you see there are 3 highlighted projects. As long as this is a free team, there are only 3 projects available here, but if there is a paid team and there are a lot of projects, you can put some of them to the top by clicking this star icon. This adds project to favorites, and you can see it in this left menu. So if you click remove from favorites, it's gone, but you can always find it in your team. So as you see, the star is unchecked. If I check it again, my project comes back to the menu. So you can add projects to your left menu by clicking these stars and adding your projects to favorites. I think this is it for now for organizing your files in Figma. The canvas is located in the middle of your screen. It is a gray rectangle where you can put all your objects. You can put your text, shapes, or whatever you want. So as you see, this is a gray rectangle. Actually, you can change its color over here. You can set it like this, but I don't think it's a good solution. So you can set any color as you want. But I think we will stick with gray. And canvas is limitless. You can zoom in, zoom out, and it will follow you. If you put a lot of objects over here, it will scale up. So currently we don't have a lot of them, so we will move later, and you will see that you can put here whatever you want. Menu contains all the tools and commands out there, so let's look what's inside. Sometimes it's better to use search to find some tools, because not all of the tools and commands are located in the categories, but some of them are. So let's see what do we have here. We have search, for example, we want to, I don't know, cut something. What do we see? Account, shortcuts, the charts, something. You see it works. There are a lot of tools and commands out there. So we see a file menu, we can create something, save something, edit. Some of the tools are available only if you select something as edit. Of course, you have to select something and then you can use these tools. View, object, vector, you can arrange something, you can use some plugins. We will cover plugins later. You see there are a lot of them over here, but when you start, your plugin will be empty because you won't have any of them, but we will learn which of them are useful for our tasks. There are some integrations, preferences, and some others. So actually, if you don't know where to find some tool or command, but if you are sure that it should be there in Figma, you can use this search menu. And let's look at one setting that is actually very useful for us, because it's very useful when you create banners. It is located in view and it says pixel preview. We enabled it. Actually, you can find it right here as well. As you see, pixel preview 1x or disabled or 2x. We will use 1x. What does it mean? Figma is a vector editor, and when you disable it, you see all the shapes and fonts are very beautiful. But if you set pixel preview, it will be like this. Why it's important for us? Because when you save your banners, and some of them are pretty small, for example, mobile Google banner 300 by 50 pixels. If you put a lot of text over there, it will be like this. So let's copy this text and make it like 8. So you see it's not readable. But if you disable pixel preview, it's perfect. So as you see, this is a very useful command for us. And remember that all these settings are applied only to the file that you work right now. So I have two files over here, and this setting will apply only to this file. There are some commonly used tools at the tool panel. Tool panel is located over here, and let's see which tools do we have. This switches between two tools or two modes, move and scale. We will cover a scale tool later because we will use it a lot. Shortly, Scale tool allows you to scale the text like this, and a move tool doesn't allow you this. You see, it is something else. Then we have frames. You can create some frames over here. We will cover them later as well. And frame is the main building block in Figma. We will use them a lot. You can do something with it. And frame contains some other objects. You can put frame into other frame and other. We will see it a little later. Slice tool. If you want to make a picture of some random area, you can use this and export. You see, there is the only option here to export it as an image. Usually people don't use slice tool that much. Then we see different shapes. You can put different shapes over here. You can change them. We will cover them. If you want, you can place an image with this option, or you can just drag and drop images into Figma as you usually do. Then there are some tools to draw. There is a pen and a pencil. You can draw some curves, change something as you wish. And if you want, you can draw something by your hand. It's just ordinary pencil. Let's draw something. Op. Here we are. Beautiful. Now there is a text. We will cover it later as well, because there are a lot of options and we will use all of them, mostly all of them, because we want to build beautiful banners. You can change something here. We will cover it a little later. And here is a hand tool and a comment tool. We will cover them later as well. Options area changes its content depending on what objects are selected right now. For example, right now there is no any objects that I selected, so I see this menu. I can do something with the whole file, to duplicate, rename, delete it, or to do whatever I want. This shows a project where my file is located. But when I select something, it will change. For example, I select text. You see there are some tools available over here. And if I select this image, you see it changed a little. If I select this shape, it's another one. If I select this frame, it changes as well. So you can use this menu, this option panel, for quick access to some tools, for example, to create component. This panel is located on the left. When you create a component or a group, it combines objects within itself, text, shapes, pictures, whatever you put there. And as you can see, there are layers over here. This is very useful because Figma allows you to create as many nested layers as you want, and you can arrange all your objects as you want. So let's look a little how it works here. There are different layers, and as you see, there are different icons of them. Icons show what is inside. This is a frame icon, and where is our frame? It's over here. This is a group. This icon of dashed rectangle means group, that there are some objects that are grouped and you can move them as a group. You can do something with them as with a group. And here we see a group is located inside a frame. Here we can see just an image. It's Figma logo, and it has icon of an image. We have some text over here. It's T. And what do we see? We have a rectangle, and if we select some shape, it has the icon of the shape. There are some actually there are some other icons. Let me show you. For example, at this page, we can see this icon. It means that this is a duplicate or a copy of a component, and this icon means that it is a component. If we see this icon, we know that there is auto layout. We will cover it later, and we can find horizontal rectangles like this. This means that it is a horizontal auto layout, and this is a vertical auto layout. As you see, Figma shows you exactly what's inside the layer, so it's very easy to find if you want to find something. And there is one hack. As you see, there is a big file, a lot of some objects over here, and this is pretty confusing to search and to find something here. And there is a very beautiful shortcut that I use all the time. It's Option L or Alt L at Windows, and it will collapse all the layers. I selected this one. Let me show you again. For example, I'm here and I use Option L, it collapses it, and if I don't select anything and press it, it collapses everything. So it is very useful when you have a lot of objects over here. If you rearrange some objects here, they will be rearranged here as well. For example, let's put this group. Okay, let's create some new objects. This one and this one. Let's make it colorful. Let's make it another color as well. So as you see, they are over here, and if I put it like this, the star is above the ellipse, but if I rearrange them here, they will be rearranged here. So you can use it when you have some crossing items. This is the place where you see, set and change all the properties of your objects. This menu is located on the right. Some of the options appear almost every time: object alignment, coordinates, effect, stroked, and some others. Some of them depend on your selection. If you select different kinds of objects, text, frame, shapes, you will see different options over here. For example, I selected text, and as you see, there are some text options. Font family, alignment, color, and some others. All these options are pretty straightforward, but some of them are pretty tricky. They usually are in the frames. They are auto layout, and let's move here. I have And constraints. We will cover this later, but these two options will allow us to create a lot of banners and to make it easily. As you see, there are two more panels over here. We see the design panel, and there are prototype and inspect panels. Actually, we don't need them, so we won't cover them at all, because both these panels are needed if you want to create a website, a mobile app, and you want to convert your design into code. But we will create banners, so we don't need this, so we will just use the design panel. As long as Figma is a collaborative tool, you can leave commands for your teammates or for yourself at any place of your canvas or of your artboard. Artboard is another name of canvas. Let's hop. It's like this. If you see this word, this means your canvas. So how to make a comment? You can use this tool and make a comment for someone, or just a comment. Just a comment. And everyone who has access to this file will see this comment. And if I want to mention someone particular, I will use @ as you use in all modern tools. And you can leave comments for your teammates or for yourself, but take a note that if you leave comment for yourself, everybody in the file will see it as well. For example, I will leave a comment for myself. Nikita Evsey, please make some jokes to make this course not so boring. Haha. You can use pages to organize your work. A page is a separate artboard in your file. You can use them to separate some objects by some property or topic. For example, you can create one page for Google banners, another page for Facebook banners. If you create so many banners that Figma becomes working slowly, you can divide your artboard into separate pages and it will be faster. And as you can see in this file, in our working file, there are a lot of pages. We use page for a separate chapter of our course. So here they are. If you click here, you see that they are switching. And if you want to create a new page, you should click this plus and new page will arrive. If you want to delete it, just right click and I duplicated it and delete it. If you want to rename, you can do this here or just by double clicking on its name. So as you can see, this is very useful and very handy to organize your work into pages, because for example you want to hold some of your files on a separate pages. For example, like library, here there are just some files that I use in this course and I want them to be somewhere, so I just created a page library and here we are. I hope you will enjoy using pages in your projects. Hi my friends! In this section we will see how to use the basic tools in Figma. These lessons will be longer than previous, but they are still rather basic, and if you know how to use Figma already, probably you can skip them, but if you want you can watch them, maybe you will learn something new. So what we will see here, we will see how to use text layers, which options are available. We will see how to use colors, strokes, shadows, opacity, all this stuff for your text, for your images, for your frames. We will see what is a frame in Figma. This is a very important component. This is a building block for everything. We will see how to use shapes in Figma, which of them are available here, how to combine them, how to unite them, how to exclude one from another, and so on. We will practice a little here, and we will see how constraints works in Figma. This allows you to create automatical alignment of your text at your banners. So we will move on and see everything in each separate lesson later. Let's go and learn how to use all these basic things in Figma. From this point, we will use our work file where you have examples and you can repeat after me and learn how to do things. So let's move there, and the first our lesson will be about text. Here is our page Figma Basics, and over here is our working area. We will work in these striped areas where you can find some examples, and we will work here in darker areas. In this case, all the examples will be in front of us. And now let's play around with all this text and see what can we have. I'll copy some of them here. Okay, I will copy one of the text and see what can I do with it. As you see, it has 36 size, so I will make a copy. Command C, Command V, or Control C, Control V at Windows. And let's see what settings do I have. I selected the text, and I see that its font is Roboto. It is bold. It has some these settings. We will cover them, and there are a lot of another settings over here. So let's change the size. It will be bigger. Now copy it and change its weight. Let's make it light or even thin. Okay. I'll copy this text and make it probably light or regular, and I will set this spacing to, let's say, 50. Yeah, probably it's something like here. I can make this text be probably medium. Yes, as you see, this looks more stylish for some projects, for some labels, headlines. I can change the font. Have no idea what the font is over here. Probably it says Viber. Let's find it. As you see, there are a lot of fonts over here, and there is a moment with the fonts. If you work online with your browser, you don't have to install fonts at your laptop, at your desktop. But if you use Figma application, it will have some fonts inside, but if you use some fonts that are missing, you have to install them into your system, and after this Figma will pick them up and you can use them. Where it can happen, for example, you download some project file and Figma says that you have missing fonts, and Figma will try to replace it to some another font, and you can choose to what font to change it, to replace it. But if you want to have the original font, you just have to download it. So actually it is the same in all other programs that use fonts. You have to install the fonts at your laptop to use them. At the beginning you can use browser version, but I suggest you to use the app. It's more handy, and it will be less resourceful for your computer, because when you open a browser, usually there are a lot of tabs over there, and when you use just a separate program for Figma, it will process only your Figma files. So let's find our font. It's yeah, it's over here. Now let's see some of these settings. Outer width, outer height, and fixed size. Fixed, yeah. If you want to make text like this, there are several ways to do this. For example, you can press enter several times, and here we are. Let's copy and paste it. We can change to this. It even doesn't allow me to do something. Let's see that we had our original text and we use this fixed width, and we want to change it. So you see the text follows. This is pretty useful. And if you use fixed size like this, in this case, if you want to type some extra text, you see I typed it, but it goes below, and this blue rectangle shows actually the border of the text layer. And for now you can think that it's not important that text goes below, but if you use some another tools, if you combine this text with another objects, if you align them, this will make a mess. So that's why I usually use fixed width or fixed height, depending on what behavior I want this text to perform. Let's move on and see some other settings. Okay, let's see what do we have here. We have these settings. It says line height to 100, and we have this setting that is called paragraph space. And what's the difference? The difference is that line height is actually a height of the line of your text with the spacing, and the spacing between lines is this thing. Let's set line height to, for example, 200 or 100, and let's say spacing between lines to let's send this back to 0, and they actually it was not 0, it was auto. And let's you see it's bigger because we added more space over here. And this is just an example of our text without the settings. And here are 3 other texts. As you see, they have fixed size and different alignment. The bottom, middle, and top. Actually, there are a lot more other settings over here. You can make your text striked or underlined or something. You can play around with all these things. We won't cover them right now because there are a lot of them and we don't use them that much. And that's it with the most simple text settings. Now let's look at such options as color, fill, shadow, and others. At this point we will apply them to text, but later we will see how to use them with different objects. So here we are, we have our text, and let's see what can we do with this. Let's copy it. Actually, maybe let's make it bigger. Like this, it will be more handy for us to use. Let's copy this one, and as you understand, we changed this from the previous color to this over here. Now we can set any color that we want. Of course, let's stick with this one. Okay, then we have our stroke option. It makes this border. We can make it thin, can make it like this, and here are some settings. For example, opacity becomes transparent, and this setting, let's look like here. This makes your border outside, this inside. Actually it turned everything to black. Let's make it 5. The difference outside, so here is the font itself, and the black one is the border. But if we place it inside, all the width of the letter becomes with the border inside it. So if we say 7, it's like this. If we set 8, like this. Okay, let's and center is actually the center. So if we set 4 pixels border, 4 pixels stroke, 2 of them go inside and 2 of them go outside, obviously. What do we have here as well? Make the corners round with these settings. We can make it dashed. It works like this. Let's put 20 and 20. So it's the spacing and actual dashes. See, like this, you can play around with these settings. And actually these are the main settings of stroke that we might want to use. Let's move. Oh, of course we can change color of the stroke, obviously. Then let's make a shadow. There are some effects over here, and if you click the plus button, the first and the main effect will appear. It's drop shadow. Actually, there are 4 of different effects over here. Inner shadow. Let's look at it and make it more visible. Say 70. Probably. Let's make it bigger too. Yeah, here we are. Now it's more noticeable. If we want to make it more blurry, we can do this. It's like this. We can use several effects at the same time. At the same time, we can drop shadow. Be like this, like this. So the shadow could be different. Our inner shadow is add some volume to your letters, and when you set to drop shadow, you understand that it goes above something. So it's the shadow settings. We have seen that we can make it very this, and you see that there are several shadows over here. And let's repeat how to make this shadow. Okay, we'll remove this one and make it, for example, I don't know, 30 and 30 and probably 30 and no more, 60 and something like this. Yeah, like this. So these settings, our text is laying higher. Some other font, of course. You can just type the font. And let's make text like this. By default, all the filling is solid like this, but if you want, you can create a gradient filling. So we see, for example, radial one. It will be from here to there, and as you see, it goes from black to transparent, and we want this thing to be blue and not transparent, and the first indicator will be red, something similar to this. So you see this gradient text, and if we want, we can fill it with an image. It's here. We should click here and select image. By default, it pastes this chess image, and we can upload our own. Let's select this image. Okay, and here are some settings of this. Now it fills the image with, and the scale option isn't available, it's 100%. We can use this tile. You see the preview here, it's like mosaic. We can change the scale, for example, to this, and in this case the text will be like this. Or we can make it like this, and the text will be like at the screen. Let's bring it back. We can use the crop method to adjust the colors exactly as we want. Or fit. As you see, it doesn't look good here. I almost don't use this option. Okay, so finally we have something similar to the example, and you see that we can apply different effects to text, and actually you can do this with different objects as well. For example, as you see, there is some shape over here. We can add stroke to it, we can drop shadow, and so on. You can think of a frame as a container. It can host different other objects inside and has its own properties and appearance. So let's move here and see what we can do with the frames. To create frame, we can use this tool frame, or just press F button. And if we click somewhere, the frame appears. If we want to fill it to be not transparent, just add this plus button, and by default it fills with white color. And by default the size of the frame is 100 by 100. So we can fill it with some other colors. We can find them here, or we can pick some colors that were previously used. I will pick this yellow. Or if you want to see the color that was used before, you can find it here and just to apply it here. We can put something inside the frame. For example, I selected this frame, and now I will choose text tool. I press T, and then I click inside the frame, and I will type T. Dun, dun, dun. I can place it right here. If I want, I will change its size, make it bigger. Okay, I like this. And as you see, in the layers panel, the text layer is inside the frame. For example, if you want to move just letter T, you have to select it over here. Or another way is to double click it, and it will go through the frame. The selection will go here. You see, it selected the text. And if I want to move it, I can move it with keyboard. You see what's going on. I've lost it. It is because our frame has this checkbox, clip content. If I uncheck this, I see what's outside the frame. If I check this, I see only what's inside. Usually we use these settings turned on. I will place it back. Okay. Let's add something. I typed F before. This means frame. Okay, let it be like this. I can make a border using stroke over here. Let's set it to 5, and if I want, I can make it transparent. I can hide this filling or just remove it. It's better hide, because if you want to unhide it later, you can do it without doing the same operations again. Probably you have noticed that I selected, for example, this frame, then I pressed Command C to copy it, and then pressed Command V to paste it. And as you see, the new layers appeared here, and at the canvas I see it exactly at those that place where I copied it from. So when you work in Figma, you have to understand how this works, because sometimes you want to find the object that you pasted and you can't do it. And for example, I'll copy this one and then I move to some another place like here and paste it. And in this case, as you see, it pasted it here in the middle, because Figma understands that I moved from that part and it pasted it somewhere where I can see it. Okay. What do we have here? We have some frame with some text. Okay, let's create another frame. Let's make it bigger, 1000 or I don't know, 600 to 600. We will fill it. Okay, now we will add some text inside. There are several ways to do this. I can either click here and paste some text. I can make it bigger. Okay. And another way is to paste it here and just to drag it into the frame. And as you see, on the left, the layers panel, there are some changes. If I drag it over here, it goes outside the frame 55. If I drag it here, it goes inside the frame 55. If I drag it here, it goes inside the frame 61. Okay, so now we have two texts inside the frame, and we can see them here. You can put a frame into frame. Let's duplicate this one, and let's, for example, place this frame inside it. As you see the layers panel, there is a frame inside a frame inside a frame, because all this big object is a frame itself. Okay, You can play around. I just added these objects for you to understand how you can drag it, but I think you probably already understand it. So we can select this image and just drag it into the frame. So actually these are the basics of the frame. We will use them much more in the future. We will use different settings with them, and as I said, frame is one of the most important, the crucial building blocks in Figma. Using frames we can build anything that we want, and we will definitely use them a lot to create great banners. There are several shapes available in Figma, and we will cover all of them. So let's go and see which of them do we have here. As you see, the first one is rectangle. So I will scale like this and try to copy these things, or even I will create them from the scratch. Okay, it's a rectangle. If I create it becomes 100 by 100, but I want to make it bigger. Let's say if I set this to 350, it goes like this. But if I press this button, this means to lock ratio of the sides. If I put here, so you see it goes proportionally. Okay, I will turn it off and set it probably to this or to this. Yeah, looks similar. I can use the fill-in. What can I do to use the same color? I can select this rectangle and copy the color, or I can use these two to paste the color to pick the color from somewhere else. So if you want, and actually if you notice, there is such a zoom over here when you use a color picker, so it allows you to pick the color very, very precisely. I want to use so it shows you the whole document pixel by pixel. Okay, and the other way to use these colors that I used before. Okay, I'll send this here. And now I'd like to create a rectangle. I copy this one. I'd like to create a square and change its size. What else do I have? I can make it corners round. Okay, if I want, I can create some of the corners round, and to do this I have to click here, and you see there are 40 pixels at each corner. But if I want, for example, I want to put this rectangle to the side, and I want two left corners to be square and two right corners to be round. So this way I have to find which of these settings belong to each corner. There is a hint over here. This is the first corner. It's top left, and it goes with around the clock. So if I want to change this to 0, and if I want to change bottom left corner, I have to set this one. Okay, so as I said, we can attach it to the side or something like this. Okay, let's set them back to 0. And all other options are pretty similar that we touched before. The next are lines. There are different lines, and I can select the line tool and draw the line. What do we have from our settings? I can set incline of the line. I'll set it to 0, it will be horizontal. I will set to 90, it will be a vertical line. I'll bring it back. Width. You see we don't have the height because it is a line, it doesn't have a height, it has a stroke. If I want to make it shorter, I will put 500. And if I want to make it thicker, I have to use this setting. Let's set it to 20, even to 30 to see everything. And that's it. We have a line 500 by 30. What else do we have? If I want, I can make some of the corners of the line to be round, actually not corners, but sides of the line. To do this, I have to double click on the line to go into the dot editor mode. I can edit each dot or each point. For example, I select this one and then I have to go here and make it round. So as you see, there are two different sides of the line. If I want to set both of them, I don't pick any side, any dot, and just set square, set round. Actually, I can set arrows, we will look at them a little later, and that's it. There are some another settings over here, dashes. Let's set 10 and 10. No, it's too little. Let's say 50 and 50. Here they are. Actually, if we set its stroke to 1 pixel, the length of each dash will be equal to the length of each space, but because of the stroke we see such small spaces and big dashes. So let's set it to 1 pixel, and as you see now they are the same, but when I make this thicker it goes like this, because as you see actually the end of the line setting is here at this point, but when I add this stroke it goes further, and the same with each space. That's why spaces become smaller and the dashes become wider, longer. So if I have such a line of 30 pixels, and if I want to make them equal, I have to set something like this. Actually, you can calculate exactly which parameters to set here, but visually they are almost the same. Okay, what else do we have with the lines? Let's copy paste it. Let's remove the dashes. Okay, we can set its color. Again, it isn't set here in the fill option. You see, nothing happens because the line doesn't have the filling option, it has a stroke. and I can change its color over here or make it orange. Okay, so I think we covered all the settings. I won't repeat each of them. It's obvious that if I want to make it something similar to this one, I have to set it probably to something like this, to set cap to round and make it okay. Yes, it's over here, and make it thicker, maybe to, I don't know, 50. That looks pretty similar. Now arrows. As you've seen, arrows are pretty similar to lines. Actually, it is the same object in Figma, but for convenience they put it into the separate point, to the separate tool. If we want to create an arrow, we can use this one, or we can turn each or any line into arrow. Let's do from the menu, as we've done. Set this to 0. Now set this to, say, 20. Okay. If I select some point and use this tool, I change this again. Yeah, pretty obvious. But there is one downside with arrows in Figma, as for me. Set it again to line arrow, and if I want these arrow wings sides to be bigger, I have to set the stroke thicker. In this case it goes bigger, but if I want to leave the stroke the same and to make this bigger, I can't do this in Figma. In this case I have to draw it manually. Select the line, and to draw it like this, for example. But this won't be that easy, and I don't like this method because it's manual and it's okay. Or maybe okay, so I have to like this, then I copy this line and to make it like this, and then okay. Yes. So as you see, I can do this, or actually I changed the angle of the arrow. It's probably 45 degrees. I set it to 30. And now I can combine all these lines into one object. I can use this Boolean operation union. So I unite the selection and I get my arrow. Okay. Let's make them orange. If you want to set the color of different objects, you can select all of them, as I did right now, and there is a menu, selection colors, and I'm not sure about, yes, I've set filling of some of these objects to red. That's why I see it and I don't see it at the canvas. But if I want to turn all black objects into orange, obviously I have to select this color and change it to our orange one. Yes, and now they're the same. I think we are done with arrows. And let's move to circles. We have circles and ovals over here, and let's do it from the scratch. I can select this tool. I can send this to, let's say, 300. The other way to do this is to use a scale tool. If I use scale tool, I resize it proportionally. If I use move tool, it will go like this. But I think I'm happy with this size. Okay, I have a circle. Set its color, and what options do I have here? Now let's copy it and paste, and as you see, I have this point over here, and I can drag it or pull it, and that's happening. Let's see the other options. After I pulled this dot and made this segment, two new points appeared over here. This one is for rotating object. This one is the same that we did before, and this one allows you to do like this. So we have three different objects made from a circle. And let's do the same with the ovals. So I'll copy paste this one. Okay, I'll make it oval. Okay, and I can pull these. I have to. You see, I pulled this into the center and nothing changed. But if I pull it against the clock, voila. And if I want to yes. And how to make this circle? Let's obviously do this. Pull this point over here. Yes, and we have this circle with a hole inside of it. Let's move to polygons. This is another tool that we have here, another shape. When we create a polygon, it makes a triangle, and there are several options. Let's set it to orange. By default, it makes a shape of with equal sides. There are several options. This one sets the quantity of angles. Let's set it to 10. This one makes the corners round. Let's set it to these. And as you see, I can do this with these points. I rotate this point and I get more angles. Okay, let's stick with this one, and if I do this, I can get another shape. Okay, And if you want to get some random shape from this, you can double click it and pull this, oops, zoom it, okay, yes, you can do like this, or you can add some points. Oh, here we are. Actually, you can do even like this to create such shapes. I can say that I use polygon tool that much, but if you want to create some complex objects, probably you will use this tool. And the last shape that we have is a star. Okay, let's create some stars. I can scale it down, make it smaller, and this is the quantity of angles. Let's make it like this, and this. Okay, let's set it manually. It's 20%, it's 80%. So you can create stars of any shape that you'd like. Okay, and of course you can do this here. Up, up. This will change quantity of your beams, and this will make it round. So with this tool you can easily create, for example, a star rating for your buttons. So for this, let's copy, let's make it a little, yes, more sharp, and just duplicate this couple times. I have five stars, and if you want to make them staying in a line, you can select all these shapes. As you see, there are not 2 of them, but there are 5 stars over here, and you can use this tool, arrange, and distribute horizontal spacing. In this case, they will go like this, and I can set this spacing and change it. After you apply this tool, horizontal spacing, horizontal distribution with spacing, you can always change this, or even do these, and let's make them yellow. So it's 5-star rating now. Okay, that's it with the stars. And now let's see how to combine different shapes to using Boolean operations or Boolean groups to create different shapes of complicated structure. So for this, let's create a rectangle, okay, and a circle. Okay, and try to make something from them. So as you see, there are different shapes here, and what's the difference? The first one is just 2 shapes, one under another. Let's copy paste it. Oops. And another way to organize them is to group them. I can right click it and group the selection. As you see, there is a group over here, and these objects are organized into group. The other way is to frame this selection, to make a frame of these objects. I can right click it and frame selection. In this case I have frame. The difference between groups and frames is that frame has more settings, and you can use different options like auto layout or some others with the frames. And group is just a union, even not a union, it's just a group of two objects. And let's move to union. Copy paste this and let's unite to these things. Actually, we did it before when we created that arrow. Now let's do it again. I united this circle and a rectangle, and as you see, there is an icon that represents its new shape. And from this point, this is a single object. All these things contain two separate objects, and I can select this circle and make it blue. I can do this with all these three variants, but after I united them, I can do like this, but it doesn't work. And just remember that if you united some objects, use the fill-in to change color of them. Okay, and let's see which methods do we have to unite or to cut one from another. We have to pay attention at which of these shapes is above and which is on the top, which is on the bottom, when we use all these another tools. For example, if I subtract this selection, you see that ellipse is on the top. When I click it, the top element is subtracted from the bottom one, and I get this thing. Let's copy paste it again, and in this case I will change their order and do it again, and I have this one. Okay, now let's use this option, and if I want to exclude one from another, obviously I select them and use this tool, and I have a hole over here. As you see, there are a lot of Boolean operations that you can use with your shapes, and combining all these tools and all these shapes, you can create shape whatever you want. When you have to create a rectangle, you always have a choice between creating a shape or creating a frame. As for me, I see only two options to choose: a shape, not a frame. The first one is when you know that you will use Boolean operations with your rectangle. You will extract something from it and so on. The second one is when you are sure that this rectangle will remain just a rectangle without any content inside of it. So if you want to create, for example, a button. Button is usually some rectangle with some text inside. So in this case, I suggest you to use a frame, because you will have much more options using frame that are not available to the shapes. There are some of them, but the most important is probably auto layout. These options allows us to create all those complicated banners in minutes, and this is one of the main building point of the whole Figma process that we use to create banners fast. We'll cover it later, of course, but for now I suggest you to use frames instead of shapes if you want to create rectangles that have some content inside of it. And let's see how this works in practice. So let's create some rectangles and some shapes. The first will be a rectangle. I'll make it like this. And the second one will be frame. Approximately the same. And now I want to create a button. For example, what is button? Is a rectangle with a text on it. For example, like this. I want to put it into the middle, and I will copy paste it here. What's the difference? The difference is that I can use several options for the frame, and one of the most important is auto layout. We will cover it later, but let's see how it works right now. So let's make a group of these two objects to use them more handy. Okay, this will be button from shape, and this will be button from frame. And let's send them the same color. For example, fill it with our orange or our yellow, and do the same with this one. Okay, so we have two similar buttons. What's the difference? The difference appears when we want to change something. For example, we want to change this text. Click here now. You see, okay, let's set this to auto width. Click here now. Okay, and if we want this button to look good, we have to adjust it manually to do something like this, then to do something like this, and then we have to find the center, and it looks like this. But when we use the frame and we use auto layout, we can just type it, and as you see, it goes there. It adjusts to our text, and we don't have to do all these manipulations manually. We will use this tool a lot, but just for now I will leave you with this information. Constraints is a setting in Figma that allows you to control how objects that are inside the frame interrelate and move and align with the frame borders. Let's look in practice and go to the page constraints, and here we see them. Constraints work only for objects that are inside of the frame. For example, here is a frame and here is some object inside, and when I select this frame that is not located in some other frame, I don't see this setting over here, but when I select something inside it, I see constraints menu. So let's look how it works. For example, we have this image inside the frame and we have constraints left and top. What does it mean? It means that this image will stick to the left and top sides of the frame if you resize the frame itself. Let's look how it works. I do like this and image is on the same place. But if I resize to this side, image follows the borders, because this is the top and the left sides. Here is the opposite, bottom right. If I change this side here, it follows. If I do here, it doesn't follow. And let's see the center. It says center center. This means that the object, the picture, will be in the center, not looking at where the center is. So it is just in the center of the frame. We can combine these settings. For example, this image has right and center settings. This means, and you can see this dashed blue line that shows where is constraint set. So if I move this border, it doesn't follow. If I move this, it follows. If I do something with the vertical size, it's in the center because we have vertical centered constraints. So if we do like this, it is always in the center vertically, but it doesn't follow this side horizontally. But if I pull this corner, I see that this image follows me. Okay, and we have another option. It says left and right, top and bottom. If you click here, you will select left or right. If you want to set left and right, you have to press Command or Shift and click this icon, and you get your left and right constraints. What does it mean? It means that if we resize the frame, the object will remain the same distance between its border and the frame's border. Obviously, this means that the object itself will be resized if you resize the frame. So as you can see, we have the same padding around this image, but image itself is being resized. So these are constraint settings, and we will use them a lot with auto layout when we create some complicated text bubbles or just place some objects at our banners. We will look at this soon, and now that's it for our constraint settings. Let's see how to download the files that we create in Figma. Figma names it export, and we will go to our Google Banners page and use it as an example. So when you want to export something, to download your files, you have to select it and press this export button. If you select one object, it will export just it. If you select two of them, it will export two layers. So what options do we have? We can choose a format, we can add a suffix. For example, I created one separate version of these banners, and this is my version number 4. So in this case I can add this suffix, for example v4, and when I export the files, each of them will have a suffix v4. Let's save them. So we go to the Finder and see these files with v4 suffix. And we can change a scale of what we will download. And we can use these fixed sizes, but usually I just use 1x and that's it. So this is the main export options in Figma. The alternatives are using plugins. We will cover them later. There are two plugins that allow you to compress your images. These are Tiny Image Compressor. We'll run it and it will compress our images to something smaller. And there is a plugin Add Compressor that is designed specifically for Google Banners. Let's find it. It's Add Compressor. And it will show which of these banners are bigger than 150 kilobytes, and it will try to compress them to fit this limit. Okay, it will load some time, and as I've said, we have a separate lesson about plugins where we can see how to use it. There is also option to set output prefix. We have some images that are bigger than 150 kilobytes and we can compress them. This is a counter. This shows how many of images we can compress per month for free. So I have just compressed 2 files, and if I press compress button, this counter will go up. Okay, I want to use it. It will compress the images that are bigger than 150 kilobytes. So as you see, it doesn't touch these formats, it touched only 2 of them that were bigger. We can download our images, it creates an archive and I can download it. It's named Google Ads by default. And see, this is our archive. And we see all our images here, and all of them are under 150 kilobytes. So if you don't exceed the limit of 500 banners per month, you can use it for free. And there is one thing that you have to know: it won't compress all the files if they are too big. So if the source file is more than, I don't know, 1 megabyte, 2 megabytes, it won't compress it to this level. Usually I don't face it with Google Banners, but there are some advertising systems, some advertising platforms where we have file size limits as well, and they allow to upload much bigger images than these, and this plugin cannot do its work for the bigger images that weigh 10-20 times more than 150 kilobytes, but for Google Banners it usually works just fine. We have seen 3 different ways to export our files, 2 plugins, and actually there are a lot more such plugins over there, and there is a standard way to download our images right from Figma. This is one of the main tools that we will use in Figma building our banners. This is why Figma is very good for marketing, for creating a lot of banners that will fit different sizes. As you can imagine from its name, this function automates composing elements or objects automatically. This sets automatical layout, auto layout. In other words, auto layouts keeps the space between different objects inside the frame in a case when the objects themselves change their size or position, or the frame changes its size and position. This is used commonly when you have a lot of different banner sizes and you want to set, for example, text in one place and to be replaced everywhere without breaking the banners, but without breaking text layers, and if you want everything to look good there. And this is the case when it's better to see. So let's move to the page Figma auto layout. Here it is, and we have some things over here. We have some components, our basic components that we want to use for these, let's say, banners. We have some logo, we have some image, and we will paste text. Maldives for $900, book now. Okay. For example, we want to create a banner of some size. This one is 600 by 600. So what do? We create some frame. We set it 600 to 600. It will be white. As you can see, it's not exactly white because of these stripes. This is a layout grid that we use to align our examples and working areas, and this means that when you see a little dark gray, all the objects will be darker as well. That's why this frame is not completely white, but if you move it, for example, here, it becomes white. So I think you understand this. Okay, so how to make a banner? We can select our objects, copy paste them, and move them here. I'll copy paste the text and paste it here. And if I want this banner to look better, I have to organize everything by my hands. For example, like this, and like this. Okay, I can do this, but if I want to resize something, everything won't look good after this. Okay, and the other way to do this is to use auto layout. Okay, I will copy paste all this frame, move it here, and I just need to click this icon to add auto layout. My container changed its size accordingly to the space that all these objects take. And as you see, this frame changes its size accordingly to the space that all these objects take. What is it? How to use it? For example, we don't know the exact size of banner that we want to create. We just creating some random stuff. So let's look at the settings of auto layout. We can align objects inside auto layout differently, and we can set different padding options. For example, I use 99. As you see, all the sites have the same padding. I want to look, it's 100 and we set 90. Let's set 100 and probably we will have something similar to these. Now we can align this to left, and as I see, these objects have a small padding from top and bottom and bigger space between them. So I will make top and bottom padding to these, and there is a setting over here that controls spacing between objects. I will set it to, let's say, 40. Yeah, now it looks almost the same, but actually I have this picture bigger. That's why it's a little different. Let's see what icons do we have with auto layout. Actually, there are two icons of this frame for vertical and for horizontal auto layout. If we set vertical auto layout, the icon is like this, one rectangle on the top of another. And if we use horizontal auto layout, we will look at it later like this. We have two squares, two rectangles, one close to each other, and here we have a horizontal auto layout and its icon is like this. So objects are distributed horizontally. Okay, and here are some examples that show this to you. Now let's say that we want to make this picture bigger. As you see here, the picture just becomes bigger and nothing changes, it goes beyond the banner. But if we use auto layout and then we decide to resize this picture, as you see, this moves with us. Okay, now let's say we want to make fixed width of this banner. Let's make it like this. So I duplicate it and we will see some another options. Right now it's 631 pixels wide and I want it to be 600. Yes, so in this case I have to look at these options of the frame. This one, hack contents or fixed, and these alignments. I will use fixed width, and as you see, this option changed. It was gray like this because the height is still automatically, it's still set automatically, and this is manual, so now I can change it. I set it to 600. Now I see that my objects are closer to the right and I want them to be in the center. So I will set it. Actually, I can't change its position because of the padding. And if I set here, if I set this padding to maybe 80, it will be closer to the center. So when I resized the size or the width of this frame, it left less space for the padding, and that's why I had all these objects moved closer to the right side. In this case, you have to calculate which padding you can make, or there is another option. You can set it to 0, and as long as you have fixed width of the frame, now you can do like this, and all the objects became centered. But as you see, it's still different from this image, where the icon and all other objects are aligned to the left. So I want to do it again, and actually I have to set some padding to make them be in the center, probably something like this. But if I change the size, you see that my frame doesn't go with me because I set fixed width of this frame. Okay, let's make the height fixed as well, because usually we have some standard banner sizes. For example, we want to create a square one, 600 by 600. In this case, I use this fixed setting and I set it to 600 as well. So it worked, but it doesn't look good to me. I want to make space between objects smaller. Let's do it. I just set this one to 20. Okay, now it looks better. I won't do all these operations manually. You just understand that it's not very handy. I centered everything manually here, and as you understand, we already did this. If I want to center all my objects using auto layout, I just need to press this and to center all the objects. And why aren't they in the center? It's because of this padding. If we set it to 0, everything becomes fine. Okay, let's see how this works with text. So we had this beautiful banner, and we decided to add some text to it. We added a word today. As you understand, if we do this using auto layout, everything will be better. Okay, I will copy not this one where we fixed width. We will copy this one where we have a setting hard contents, so we will better understand how this works. Okay, I have to edit the text. Let's say I just want it to be on the one line. As you understand, everything scales with my text. Okay, here we have fixed width. We already have seen this. And here is horizontal auto layout. For example, we want to make a horizontal banner as well. And in this case, we can use horizontal auto layout. Let's copy paste this frame we will go here, and instead of this vertical auto layout, we will apply horizontal. And here we see what goes with our banner. This text has auto width option, so we can use enter to create new lines, and that our banner becomes more beautiful. And as we see this image is too big, we will make it smaller, and in this case we will center all the objects vertically in the auto layout. Comparing to this one, probably we have too big padding. Maybe it was something like this. And as you understand, I can manipulate with all these things. I can make fixed height, fixed width, so you can play around with these settings. Everything goes with it. Yes, it works. So in general, how do we use this auto layout? You understand that all these frames are being resized after you do something with your objects. You resize your image, you add some text, and so on. How to use it while we have fixed banner sizes? Actually, we use these settings not for the banner itself, because of course we have our fixed size for our banners, but when we create a banner, there is some text over there, like here, and we may want to change it. And in this case, if we use auto layout inside this text and we use some background color, some filling, we will scale all the text beautifully. We will see it a little later. And now let's look at nested auto layouts. We used it for one frame, but actually we can combine and use auto layouts between or among different frames, so we can create more complicated structures. For example, we want to create a banner like this, where we have these, let's say, logo, we have some picture, and we have the text. So we have auto layout inside auto layout. So this is auto layout of the text and this icon. Then this frame, actually this is auto layout. We can make this logo look like this. So it's better seen now. And all these three objects, the logo, this picture and this text, they are used as parts of one big frame, and it has its own auto layout. Okay, let's do it by our hands. We have our icon, we have the text. Let's copy paste them. We'll delete this plus sign, and we will make a logo from these objects. And when I press Command Z, as you see, I selected two objects and they are not in the same frame, but I still can click this button and the new frame appeared that contains two these objects. And I can set some options. For example, I want to be it like this, and that's good for me, and I want it to be orange. or maybe yellow. I want to select the color of this palm. Okay, so here we have this logo, and then we have for example, let's copy this frame and replace a logo on it. I just move our logo over here and it goes inside the banner. And another option, another thing that you have to know about auto layout. You can move the things, the objects inside the frame, and they will switch their positions. For example, I select this text and I press up arrow. You see they changed their position because of the auto layout implemented to this frame. This works like this. And if I remove this logo, everything becomes looking like we want it. And actually we had some more text over here. I'll just copy this text and paste it instead of that one. I just select the frame and paste the text, so you see what goes, what's going on, and I delete this one, and now it looks more similar to this banner. So you can use nested auto layouts, auto layout inside auto layout inside auto layout. Okay, we create banners of some another color. So let's create something similar to all these banners that we have here. I will copy paste this one and I will make its filling be like this. Okay, I will add some border. This is stroke. When you create banners, it's important to understand that the stroke can go beyond the banner, and in this case make sure that you use inside option. In this case, if you set some border, it won't change the size of your whole banner when you export it. Okay, it was too much, probably it was 3 or 4. Okay, I think we have much bigger padding over here, so we can set it up. Yes, now it looks more similar. Let's set another space in between the objects. And now we want our logo to look like this. So as you see, the text is more centered over here. How to do it? For example, we can set spacing between the icon and the text. We will make it smaller to 30, and we can add right padding to 30 like this, and as I see, this banner is centered, so we set it almost like this. Actually there is difference in sizes. It's because the image is of different size. I can set it here, and after these these banners are almost the same. The difference is in colors. and let's add something to our logo text. For example, let's type today. And as you see, everything goes with it. And now we want this today to be under the text, under the logo. So how to do this? We will take the logo text, Maldives for 900. Okay, and we will take today text. It's just smaller font. Okay, and we want to combine them. So I will align today to the right. And then I select both these layers and I click Auto Layout. As you see, today goes to the left, it's standard, but I want it to be on the right. For example, I set it like this. Okay, and now I want to create a logo from it and from the icon. I have this icon and I select both these objects and click Auto Layout again. After this, we have a new frame and we can add filling to it. Let's use the same color as an example. And as we see, it's still not so beautiful. At the beginning, we change the position of our logo. Okay, it goes here. And probably we want spacing to be not so big. Let's set it to 30. Let's set these to 30. And as you see, this icon is too small to fill the whole height, and we will just scale it. For example, at the beginning we want to align it to the center vertically, but we understand that this logo is too small for us, so we can just adjust it and make it bigger. When we make it bigger, the whole logo goes like this. And I think we can use less spacing between Maldives and today. So we can set it to this or even to this. Okay. Now it's better. And now let's add this logo to our banner. I copy paste the banner and I will replace a logo. Put it here, I remove this one, and here we are. Now we can easily change some text. For example, we want to replace this today with a limited offer text, and it works fine. We don't have to do manually anything after this. And let's make this logo a little more interesting. To do this, let's make one corner of this frame round we will make top right corner, so it will be here. Let's see, 40. Okay, so we have our logo over here. And to get you more understanding how we will work with all these auto layouts, here are some examples of Google banners. And as you see, as I said, auto layout is used not for the whole banner itself, like this, but it's used, for example, for this text bubble. And if I change some text here, it adjusts and it follows new sizes. And as you understand, I can change this text and the whole banner still looks beautiful. So in general, auto layout allows you to make your frame be adjustable and to move with your objects inside of this frame. And this is very handy to create such text bubbles like this. This is very handy to create some buttons that follow the text and so on. So we covered the basic usage of this auto layout, and then we will use them again and again to create our beautiful banners. Hope you enjoyed. Components are very important in Figma. In fact, this is one of the main reasons why we work on Figma and why we choose it for our marketing purposes, because components allow us to create many and many banners and to duplicate them, to make changes quickly, to make changes in many formats of banners. We will see how to create more than 20 formats of banners in Google in a couple minutes, how to create different banners for Facebook, how to multiply them and create many banners for A/B testing. Let's say that you created a lot of banners, for example 20 or 30 or 60 of them, and then you realized that you uploaded a wrong logo, that you should upload another one. In this case, you have to spend a lot of time if you use Photoshop or something like this, but you will do it in seconds if you use Figma. You just need to upload your logo into the single component and it will apply to all of your files if you want, if you build them correctly. And now we will see how components work, and then we will see how to use them to make all those templates, to make all those files that will save you so much time. Let's go and see how to do it. First of all, what is a component in Figma? Component is some frame that has properties, color, size, some settings, and if you make copies of this frame, the duplicates have the same color, size and the others. It's obvious. The difference between component with its duplicates and just a regular object, a regular frame with its copies is that if you change some property of the component, for example, its color, its fill, its size, its copies will apply all these changes as well. And how do we use it? For example, you made a typo and want to change the text at all your banners. And for example, you create Google banners, there are 36 images. If you don't use components, you have to correct this typo at every single banner, so 36 times. And then you want to change some word, to use a synonym or just to change the text, so you have to do it again. And if you use components, you can set it once and then reuse it multiple times at all your banners, and after that, if you make a change into your component, it will be applied to all the copies. And for example, you want to create a new set of banners. For example, you want to make A/B testing, and you want to A/B test, let's say, the text of your banners. So you create a new file, for example, and you just change the text and everything else is set. Or you want to change background or image at your banners, or the text of your button. You copy, you change it once, and all your banners are set. So actually you create a set of banners for A/B testing maybe in 5 seconds sometimes. So you just have to change the text or whatever you want to change and download all your banners. That's it. And now we will go and see how this works on practice, from more simple components to more complex. Let's go to the page that is named Figma components over here. And here we have some components. Okay. What do we have? Actually, we have two ellipses. And let's copy them. Okay, and let's make a component from one of it. Okay, there is some text explaining how this works. I will create a component over here. To do this, you can click this icon, create component. You can right click the object and find where is create component, or use a shortcut. So what changed? As you see, this is an ellipse, it has this icon, and when I created a component, ellipse went inside the frame. So component is always a frame. And this frame has this specific icon and purple color. All its copies have purple color as well. So now if we make some duplicates, I copy paste this. This copy has this icon. All the duplicates will have the same icon. So obviously, if I have just two ellipses over here, two circles, if I change color of this one, it won't affect anything. But if I change a color of this one, all its copies will apply this color as well. Okay, so we can change different things. For example, we can leave this one as it is. Okay, let's make another component here. So we have the one copy. Oops. Okay, now we have this copy and we will paste it a couple more times. Here, here. Okay, I select this one. Sometimes when you have a lot of components, it becomes working a little slower, but still works. Okay, let's leave the first one just as it is and change something in these. I will make it bigger. I will make this one orange. I will make this one semi-transparent. And I will drop a shadow from this one. Let's make it more visible. Okay, something like this. And now I will change the initial component and see how these changes are applied over here. First of all, I will change the color of my ellipse and see all its copies change their colors except this one, the orange one, because if I change some property of the copy of the component, I tell to Figma, hey, I want this to be a copy of a component, but I want to change something. And if I change this thing in the initial component, in the original component, it won't be applied here. But not all of them. For example, if I change the size, you see the big one is changing as well, but it still is bigger than all the other copies. If I make it almost transparent, it applies to all except the orange again. For example, I will apply some effect over here. Let's say it will be shadow again. I will make it red, 100%, 20. As you see, it was applied to all the copies except this one because it has already its own shadow. So, as you understand, there is a lot of space to create different things with all these components, and you can even change some properties, its colors and shape or whatever. Let's make some text components. I'll just copy paste this text and I'll make it component. And then I make some duplicates. Now I will move this here and do the same thing I showed to you before. I will arrange all these copies and now vertically using spacing. Okay, I set it's 250. As you see, this is a frame as well. So if I want to change text color, I have to go inside the frame and select its text layer. In this case, I can change the color to whatever I want. But if I change the fill option of the frame itself, obviously the frame becomes white. Okay, I will make it invisible again. And now I can change some things over here. For example, I will change the font size. I will change the font itself. Let's set it to something else. Okay, I don't like this. This is pretty similar. Let's say it will be this one, or even, oops. Do we have Times New Roman in Figma? Yes. So it will look different. Okay, I will change the color. And so on. And as you understand, if I change all these properties over here, some of them will be changed and their copies. Again, I remind you that you can use this selection color option to change the color not going inside the frame. So I select its whole frame and I understand that the color belongs to the text, and I can change it not going deeper. Okay, so I can change color, I can scale the frame. As you understand, everything is getting bigger except this frame that I changed already, where I changed the size already. So the text works almost the same as anything else, except we don't use fill option here. So text works like everything else. And there is another option that we should be aware of when we speak about text components. When you create the text component, you should look at which options is set here, outer width, outer height, or whatever. Because when you change the text, if, for example, let's create some copy and we will write another text. As you see, because of the fixed height, everything goes like this. If I use this, it's much better. And there is one more important thing when you work with the text components. It's a good practice to use auto layout, because when you change some text, I will create a new component and I will use auto layout over here. For example, I want to create some logo and to use auto layout there. Okay, and let's combine this into logo using auto layout, and let's combine this into logo using auto layout. And now what happens if I want to change this text? You see? And what happens if I want to change this text? Okay, so I think you see the difference, because this component uses auto layout, so the component itself changes its size after the text. And here in this case, the text is changing. As you see, the text has this big width, but the component has the same width as it was before, because it doesn't have auto layout, it doesn't follow the text. So that's why auto layout is so important in Figma. Let's apply it here, and as we see, everything becomes much better. So these are the most basic things about the components, and we will move on and see how to use them in more complicated ways. Let's look at auto layout and components once again, because this is a very important topic. Okay, so let's make a component using auto layout. We have some sample text. It is a component. Okay. I will make a new component of it. I will teach you how to do it a little later. Now I make its duplicate. I will copy this text. It's just some text, and I have an image. Okay, That's it. We have 3 objects and we want to combine them. I will copy paste them and paste here. Now I will frame this selection. This is a new frame now, and add auto layout to it, and let's make it component. Okay, to make it look more similar to banners, let's let's frame this selection as well, but without using auto layout. I just want to make a background color here, like this. Okay. And now I want to change this text. Some text sample, and I want Maldives for $900, and that's it. As you see, even if I use this option, but I want another line of the text. Order now. We'll make it. As you understand, as long as we don't use auto layout over here in this frame, everything is a mess right now, and here everything works fine. And as I said, we will use such blocks, such components at other banners. So let's add, for example, 30 padding. Let's make the fill semi-transparent, and the borders, the corners to 50, and we could paste such objects into our banners. It will make a mess right now, but it could look like this. For example, if I changed the text, so imagine that you have a lot of such banners like this. Let's make it a little better looking. Okay, I hide this one, I hide this one, I make this less transparent, and oops, I will put it here, and I just want to replace this picture to look better, so I copied this one. Actually, it's not Maldives, of course, but it is something that we have here in these files, so I will replace an image over here. Okay. Okay. And let's use constraints. I will put this in the center vertically and see what happens if I will change the size of the image. As you see, it is still vertical over here. This is how we use constraints, and this is why we use constraints. So, as you see, when we combine components with auto layouts, we can create such bubbles that we use inside our banners. and everything works okay. If we change text, it adjusts. And that's how we create a lot of banners in Figma in a couple minutes. Now let's look at the nested components, how to use components inside components. So let's go here. Here we have these nested components, and what do we see here? We have some icon, and we want to make two variants of logos with this icon, and then to use these logos somewhere on different banners. In this case, if we change the icon, it will be changed in the logos, and it will be changed in all the places where we paste duplicates of these logos. So I'll copy paste this icon, then I will make it a component and create a duplicate of the component. Now I will create another duplicate, and I want to make these logos. Let's say that this is logos, Maldives forever. Okay, so I need some frame. I will fill it, and I will paste some text inside. It will say Maldives forever. Okay, it's inside frame 67, and I'll apply auto layout to it. Okay, now I want to add some padding. Let's say it will be not too much, maybe 20 or even maybe less. I want this to be the same size. Okay, looks like it is the same. And I'll add more padding from the sides. Let's say I'll set it to 40. Okay, and I want to make one corner round. I click this icon, and this second one will be round. Okay, now I want to set the color of my logo. To do this, I click here and use a color picker. Great. So I will just create a component from this whole logo. Let's make it component. And now I want to create another variant of logo, a square or vertical one. I will use this icon, then I add some random frame. I'll use auto layout, fill in, change the color, set some opacity. It's probably a little transparent. And now I'll just copy paste this text. This looks like a frame because it has auto layout. Okay, I'll copy paste this text over here, and I will change auto layout to vertical. Then I will use center alignment. Now I want to add more spacing between these two objects, and I will probably add less spacing over here. Maybe let's set it to 30, and let's make these corners round, maybe like this. Okay, so looks the same. And now I make this logo component again. If I want, I can make it a square. For example, I need a rectangle and I need a square. In this case, I will use fixed height and width. It will be, okay, 422. Okay, and let's make this text a little smaller, and in this case we can make the spacing between these objects bigger. Okay, looks better now. Okay, so now we have two components of logos and we can paste them anywhere at the banners, and in a case that we want to change this icon, okay, I will paste two copies of these logos. Duplicates. Okay, and now I want to change a color of our palm to orange. So as you understand, it goes everywhere. So the main thing from this lesson is that we can use nested components. We can use components inside components inside components. This is very handy if you want to make some complicated things, if you want to use some small objects inside some bigger objects. So that's it with our nested components. Let's move to another lesson. Now we have a very short lesson. Sometimes you need to break connection between copies of your component and the initial component. For example, you created a component, then you use it a couple times, and somewhere you just want this object to be placed at your banner or whatever you want, and you don't want it to be related to the initial component. You just want to fix it and to look exactly as it is right now, so you have to break the connection between them. You can do this with a command. It's named detach instance. So we have a component and we have its copy. Let's make sure, yes, it's copy of this component. And if I change it, of course, it will change over here. And I want this copy to be disconnected from this component, so I just right click it and click detach instance. As you see, it's no more a copy of a component, so I can do whatever I want with this one, and my copy isn't affected anymore. So you can use this if you want to make some changes or you want to create a new component. For example, you have this one and you want to create another component based on this, but have to detach it first. I detach this. For example, I'll do this, and I want to make it more rectangle. Okay, like this, and I want round corners. And now I click create component. So I have two separated components, and I could do it only after I detached this copy from its initial component. And now let's see what happens if I have a copy of a component, but I deleted the initial component. So let's make a new component over here. Make it component, then I make a duplicate. Okay, and now I delete this one. Now I want the initial component to be restored. Actually, there is an option for this. If I select this component, there is a button restore component. As you see, there is, I'll create a copy, and I don't see this button in this copy because this component isn't deleted. But this component doesn't have this duplicate doesn't have its component, so that's why I can restore it. Actually, it's been restored. Another thing, for example, I have this copy. Let's make one more, and I paste it somewhere, and I have a big project and I don't remember actually where is my initial component. In this case, I can find the initial component by clicking this icon. It's an icon of a component, so I'll click and go to main component. So I'm here. This is pretty useful when you copy components from one page to another. This still works, but after that you're looking for the initial component, you can't find it, you just click it and go to the main component. And for example, if I delete the main component here, then I go to another page and I want to restore component. It's been restored and my focus goes right here where the initial component is. So it's pretty useful. Now let's look at the nested components, how to use components inside components. So let's go here. Here we have these nested components, and what do we see here? We have some icon and we want to make two variants of logos with this icon and then to use these logos somewhere on different banners. In this case, if we change the icon, it will be changed in the logos and it will be changed in all the places where we paste duplicates of these logos. So I'll copy paste this icon, then I will make it a component and create a duplicate of the component. Now I will create another duplicate and I want to make these logos. Let's say that this is logos, Maldives forever. Okay, so I need some frame. I will fill it and I will paste some text inside. It will say Maldives forever. Okay, it's inside frame 67 and I'll apply auto layout to it. Okay, now I want to add some padding. Let's say it will be not too much, maybe 20 or even maybe less. I want this to be the same size. Okay, looks like it is the same. And I'll add more padding from the sides. Let's say I'll set it to 40. Okay, and I want to make one corner round. I click this icon and this second one will be round. Okay, now I want to set the color of my logo To do this, I click here and use a color picker. Great. So I will just create a component from this whole logo. Let's make it component. And now I want to create another variant of logo, a square or vertical one. I will use this icon, then I add some random frame. I'll use auto layout, fill in, change the color, set some opacity, it's probably a little transparent. And now I'll just copy paste this text. This looks like a frame because it has auto layout. Okay, I'll copy paste this text over here and I will change auto layout to vertical. Then I will use center alignment. Now I want to add more spacing between these two objects and I'll probably add less spacing over here. Maybe let's set it to 30 and let's make these corners round, maybe like this. Okay, so looks the same. And now I make this logo component again. If I want, I can make it a square. For example, I need a rectangle and I need a square. In this case, I will use fixed height and width. It will be, okay, 422. Okay, and let's make this text a little smaller, and in this case we can make the spacing between these objects bigger. Okay, looks better now. Okay, so now we have two components of logos and we can paste them anywhere at the banners. In a case that we want to change this icon, okay, I will paste 2 copies of these logos. Duplicates. Okay, and now I want to change a color of our palm to orange. So as you understand, it goes everywhere. So the main thing from this lesson is that we can use nested components. We can use components inside components inside components. This is very handy if you want to make some complicated things. If you want to use some small objects inside some bigger objects. So that's it with our nested components. Let's move to another lesson. Now we have a very short lesson. Sometimes you need to break connection between copies of your component and the initial component. For example, you created a component, then you use it a couple times, and somewhere you just want this object to be placed at your banner or whatever you want, and you don't want it to be related to the initial component. You just want to fix it and to look exactly as it is right now, so you have to break the connection between them. You can do this with a command. It's named detach instance. So we have a component and we have its copy. Let's make sure, yes, it's copy of this component. And if I change it, of course, it will change over here. and I want this copy to be disconnected from this component, so I just right click it and click detach instance. As you see, it's no more a copy of a component, so I can do whatever I want with this one, and my copy isn't affected anymore. So you can use these if you want to make some changes or you want to create a new component. For example, you have this one and you want to create another component based on this, but have to detach it first. I detach this. For example, I'll do this, and I want to make it more rectangle. Okay, like this, and I want round corners. And now I click create component. So I have two separated components, and I could do it only after I detached this copy from its initial component. And now let's see what happens if I have a copy of a component, but I deleted the initial component. So let's make a new component over here. Make it component, then I make a duplicate. Okay, and now I delete this one. Now I want the initial component to be restored. Actually, there is an option for this. If I select this component, there is a button restore component. As you see, there is create a copy, and I don't see this button in this copy because this component isn't deleted. But this component doesn't have this duplicate doesn't have its component, so that's why I can restore it. Actually, it's been restored. Another thing, for example, I have this copy. Let's make one more, and I paste it somewhere, and I have a big project and I don't remember actually where is my initial component. In this case, I can find the initial component by clicking this icon. It's an icon of a component, so I'll click and go to main component. So I'm here. This is pretty useful when you copy components from one page to another. This still works, but after that you're looking for the initial component, you can't find it, you just click it and go to the main component. And for example, if I delete the main component here, then I go to another page and I want to restore component. It's been restored and my focus goes right here where the initial component is. So it's pretty useful. One more hint about components. When you use a lot of them, it's difficult to find where you place one component or another. So for this case, you better to use component library or control panel or whatever you call it. It is some place where you create all your components, and if you need new components, you put them all together. And in this case, if you need to change something, you always know where to go. You always know that all your initial components are at their place. And if you use nested components, it's a good practice that you store all your components together as well. For example, you have your smaller components organized all together, and you have some bigger components that use those small ones, and you use these bigger components somewhere at the place as well. So even if you change small ones or bigger ones, you will have everything together. And in this case, you won't suffer looking for components where you have to change something and you know exactly where they are. So let's look at some examples. We will go to the lessons that we didn't learn yet, but let's take a look at this. For example, this is a panel for Google banners, and this is a control panel where we have our components. And as you see, all these things, these are components that use these ones. So as I said before, these are small components and these are big components that use those. For example, I'll change something here. And all the changes are seen here and here at all the banners. And this is a good way to organize your files, your components and your objects. Hope you will use it as well. There is one bug in Figma that appears when you use a lot of components with auto layouts. So let's look at it. I will go to another file, Smart Banners for Google Ads. We will cover this file later, but right now I just want to show you this bug. Look at these banners. There are text bubbles on them, and as you see, they don't look good. And if I go here and see these banners, they are okay, but actually these banners on the right are duplicates of these banners on the left. So this is a bug, and as you see here, I've already fixed it, so it looks okay. And there is a very simple fix of this bug. If for some reason Figma breaks your components with auto layout, and it's obviously that there is some mistake over here, something is broken, you have to change these auto layouts, to change something there, to resize them. So Figma will recalculate everything and everything will get to normal condition. The most simple way to do this is to change some component that is placed inside these bubbles, so everything will be changed. So I go to the settings where we have the texts that go to these bubbles, and I will add one space and then remove it. So Figma recalculates all those text bubbles, and if we go and look at them, they should be okay now after these changes. So I go back to the banners and see that text bubbles are okay now. So I have two versions with normal text bubbles, and this one is still broken. So I go back to the settings and I change a text for this variant. I add and remove space once again and go back and see what happened. So everything is okay now. So if you have such bug when you have a lot of components with auto layouts, they are visually broken, in this case use this tip to fix this bug and enjoy your files. In this section, we will learn how to create actual banners. We will learn how to use buttons, how to create backgrounds, how to add text, people, how to add some objects, items into your banners, how to combine them, and how to use components, auto layouts, everything all together in your banners. So let's go and see how to do your work faster. Buttons. We will start to learn from the first element. It's button. It is your call to action element at your banners. It's the element where people usually click, even it is a single image. We will look how to create banners in two ways: shape plus text and frame plus text. We already covered this, but let's do it once again. What is a button? A button is usually some rectangle with a text in it. So we can create a rectangle from shape or from a frame. Let's create the first one from shape. I'll just copy paste this rectangle and copy paste this text. Our button will say sign up today. Okay, I'll make it a little bigger. Okay, something like this. To make it a single element, we will create a group from it. And let's make its corners round to make it more beautiful. Yeah, now it looks like a button. Okay. Now the second way is using text plus frames. Okay, let's copy paste the text. Okay, and now I will frame this selection. So I create frame around this text. Okay, now I will add auto layout because, as I've said, it's always better to have auto layout around text, especially when you create buttons. So we will add some filling. We'll make it yellow. We will add padding. Okay, we will change it probably to 20, 50, 20, 50, something like this. And let's make corners round again. It was probably 20. Yeah, looks almost the same. Okay. Let's add a stroke. I'm doing all these steps with a single element, but you will have all this as an example. I'll add stroke and set it to, let's say, 5, maybe 4. Okay, this is a button. And if I want, I can make it component, so I will reuse this button multiple times. Okay, here we are. Actually, I don't like this gray color of the text. It's not very contrast, so I will make it darker. Or if you want, you can make it some color. For example, like this. It depends on your style and style of the project where you create your buttons. For example, it would be like this. So now we have a button that we can reuse multiple times, and as you remember, the difference between this button and this button that I made using shape. Okay, let's make it more similar to ours. Okay. Did you see what happened? I have a group, not a frame. That's why when I applied a stroke, it has been applied not only to the shape but to the text as well. That's why I have to select my rectangle and add stroke to it, because I don't want a stroke on my font. And I have to change color of my text. I will use this color select tool. Okay, looks almost the same. Probably it was 3. Yes. What's the difference? And let's make it component as well. The difference is that if I need to change this text, snap today for free, I have to change this to auto width, but do you see what's happened? So I have to select rectangle to make it wider, for example, then I decided that it's better to have this text in 2 lines. I have to select this rectangle once again, and I have to do something like this. This is not so handy. And if I have a button with a frame, I can do anything I want, and it will follow me. So this is the difference of creating buttons with shapes and with frames. I suggest you always use frames for this. Background. And this is a very important piece of your banners, because this catches attention to a banner, this sets the color set of your banner, and let's see how to create it, to use it in multiple banners. Okay, for example, we have 2 banners, 600 by 600 and 640 by 480. And we want to set some background for them. To understand which size of component for background do we need, we have to look at the biggest banner that we have. Actually, right here, this is even too big. We could create a component for background smaller, because our banners are not that big. But I usually create it bigger, because I don't know which sizes will I use in the future, or if I have some preset set of banners. In this case, I already know that even this is not so big. If, for example, I use Facebook banners where we have dimension of story banners as 1080 by 1920, like this. So obviously, if I have a banner like this and I want to use a background, I have to create a background component at least 1920, because in the other way this background will be too small. Okay, so this is how to choose a size for the background component. Now let's go to the beginning and create our banners. This is 600 by 600. Let's fill it with something, and another one will be like this. Okay. And now we want to add some background to it using a component. Okay, I will create a component with the biggest side. It will be 640. So this will be 640 by 640. Okay, and I will make it component, name it background. And after that, I can copy some image over here. I'll copy this image from my previous component and use it here. Okay, and I can scale it to fit my size, like this. You can move your image inside your background as you want. I will leave it like this. Okay. And now if I paste this background component into my banners, my background will be copied as well. I will center it vertically. Okay. Now let's change my background here to look if it changes over here at the banners. So I will go to the library page and copy another image there and paste it into my background component. So as you see, everything works. And what else do we have? When I add some text or some images to my banners, like here, I probably want this background to be blurred, for example. So I can add another frame into my component. I'll fit the size and I paste it on the top. Now I can fill it and make it semi-transparent. Okay, and I have some effects like here, for example, background blur. And as you see, this image becomes a little blurry. So I can set it to 30, or maybe it's too much, maybe to this. And if you want, this background becomes blurry. You can apply different effects to a background to do something here, but I think these are the mainly used effects when you create backgrounds, so you can use them. And let's revise once again. Usually you have some set of sizes of banners that you want to create. So you want to create banners for Google, or you want to create for Facebook, and you already know the sizes of all your banners. When you know it, you pick the biggest dimension and make a background component as a square with a side equal to the biggest dimension of your banners. In this case, you can use this background at all of your banners without losing quality. Okay, that's it with backgrounds, and we will have a separate lesson about where to find beautiful backgrounds, beautiful images, patterns, and other things for your backgrounds. We'll cover it later. Item or person. Sometimes you want to add some item or person or both of them into your banners, and let's look how to do it, how to create these components. We have two these examples. For the future we will create banners for some random musical instrument shop. Okay, so usually these items are not that big at the banner, so that's why usually it's enough to create a component 600 by 600. Actually, right here we have very small banners, not very small, but not so big. That's why we created a small component for the item, but in my example, I'll create it 600 by 600 again. So if you have that big item or an object, you can use it even in your Facebook story banners. Okay, so I created a frame and I will make it a component right now. I will name it item. I usually don't use slashes in the names of the files because this is used to make separate folders when you export a lot of files in Figma. We won't cover this, but I just don't use slashes as a separator. I use something else like this. I mean, if you know what you're doing, if you export a lot of files and you want them to be placed in separate folders, in this case, use these slashes to download your files and to name your layers. But I will leave it like this. Item person. I have two images that I want to paste into my banners. This girl and these headphones. As you see, both of these images have a transparent background. This is very important because we will use these images in the banner, so we have to have transparent background. We will have a separate lesson about plugins and other services, and some of them allow you to create images with transparent backgrounds. So if you don't know where to find these images, don't worry, we will cover this. We will cover how to create them, and of course you can download such images from image search like Google or some stock images as you want. So for now I just have this image and I will copy paste this and put it into this frame. Okay. Oops. Okay, I will make it smaller, and here we are. Okay. It will be like this. Now I will make it background transparent, and now I will, oops, I will copy paste those two banners, and I will paste copies of this component into my banners. Okay. Okay. Just make sure that they touch the bottom of your banners. If you know that you will probably paste people into your banners, if you paste some objects that are not cutted at the bottom, so in this case you can place your components in the center wherever you want. But as you see, this doesn't look good with people if these people are not placed here in their full height. Okay, so we have this. I don't like this very much because it's not very contrast, and this girl doesn't look good at this background. So I will go here and find my, let's name this layer blur layer, and make it less transparent. I'll set it to 30, Yes, now it's better. I like it more. It became more contrast. And now let's say that we created one set of banners and we uploaded into Google or Facebook, and now you want to create another banners, and you decided to put these headphones instead of the girl. In this case, I copy paste this image here, and I have my item person component. I just need to make the girl layer invisible. Advice is do like this, making some pictures invisible only if you expect that you will use them later, these banners. But if you understand that you used this girl image one time and you won't repeat it, in this case better delete this layer, because when you have a lot of copies of these layers, Figma operates all of them and it just becomes working slowly. For example, if you have these banners and you create them over and over again, at some point you can find that your item component consists 10-20 different images, and even if they are hidden, if they are invisible, Figma is working with all of them when you do anything, when you scale up, scale down, and this will significantly slow the whole process. So if you don't need this image anymore and these banners, you better delete this layer. And usually when I do this, I create new files. So I duplicate the file and I do all the changes and the copy. In this case, I will have all of my banners at my library, and I will have all of the versions. And if I want to get back to the banners with the girl, in this case I just need to open that file, and that's it. So now we know how to do it. And for this image I will set my background back, because these headphones are white, and I better use or another color. Oops. For these, like this, for example, this looks better. Or I just make it more transparent again. Actually, I like... you should put it probably over here for these banners. But if you don't want to change anything at your template, just use this, and this is pretty constant. Okay, so we covered how to insert different images, items, people to a banners, to how to make it using components. And let's move on to the next lesson. Logo. Usually you want to put some logo into your banners to make them branded. Let's look how it's better to do it in Figma. For example, we already have some variant of logo. Usually there is some. If it's not, you have to create it. It is an image with a transparent background. It's better to use such images for logos. And we know that in the later we will use two variants of logos. Usually it's useful, horizontal logos and vertical ones. Actually this one is horizontal already, so let's create a square logo right now. To do this, let's create a frame let's say 500 by 500. Let's fill it for now and copy paste this logo into this frame. Let's make it component logo square, and we will put this image into this frame. Let's scale it to fit. Okay, it will be like this. You see there is something over here. You can do two things. The most simple is just to cut this image. You select it and there is a crop image tool. You do like this and press enter. That's it. You have your name over here, and we want to use this little image, this icon as well. In this case we make it much bigger. Okay, like this. Actually now we can crop it before. Time. Okay. Do like this. And that's it. Now it's more handy. It's easier to operate this sign. Okay, for example, we create such logo. And after that, we can make the filling transparent to remove the filling. Okay, so we have a square logo, and let's say we want to create a horizontal logo of an exact ratio. For example, 4:1, and we will create a frame 400 by 100. Okay, well, let's double it. 800 by 200. Okay, and let's copy paste this image into our logo. It's over here. And let's adjust an image to fit our new size. We will make it component. We will name it logo for like this, and I will fill it for now to better align our image. Okay, now we can remove the filling. So we have our two logos, and actually we can use them in the future. If you want, you can make these words in two lines in a square logo. Obviously you have to crop these once again, even two times, to have a perfect word and a word sound separate, and to paste them one above each other, one on the top of another. As you see, when we use logos in the banners, usually we want to have this to fit any background. So in this case, for example, we want to create two logos, 200 by 200 and 400 by 100. 200 by 200. Okay, and 400 by 100. Okay, so these were just logos, and we can use these logos inside our components, and these components are logos as well, but these are exact size. Okay, probably I moved this icon outside the logo. Yes, so I have to move it back. Okay, and now if I copy paste this logo, I will do like this. I will name it logo 200 by 200. Okay, and I will move this logo into my 200 by 200. Okay, and now I will fit the image. I can do it like this, and now I will make it component again. So as you see, we use nested components, and I will make it semi-transparent, for example 50%. Actually not this, I will make the fill-in semi-transparent. So I don't want my logo to be transparent, I just want its background to be transparent. And I will add round corners. Okay, so I can use this logo at my banners. And I will do the same with a horizontal logo. I will paste my logo into here and fit the size. After that, I will name this one logo, and I will make the fill-in semi-transparent, and I will make round corners. Maybe it's too much, but this is okay. Okay, like this, and I will rename this logo to its actual size, 800 by 200. Now it's okay, and I will make the horizontal logo component. So as you see right now, I have two components for the logos that I can use at my banners, and I made a semi-transparent background for them. So if I want to place them at some background that is noisy, colorful, or very contrast, this semi-transparent background saves my logo from being not readable, and I can put them at any banners and these logos will be readable on them. Okay, and let's make a variant of this horizontal logo being like this with one round corner. So this logo will fit top left corner of the banners, because usually it's empty from some technical icons that are added by Google or by some other advertising platform. So this is the perfect place to put your logo. Okay, I will copy paste this logo. I detach it because I want to create my new component. So now I get my corners back to 0 round, and I will make this third corner to 30. And after that, I will rename the frame, for example, top left, and after that I make it component again. So now I have three logos for different situations. If I want to create another one, for example, for bottom left corner, you know how to do it. Okay, this is how we deal with logos. If you don't have logo with a transparent background, you just have to use what you have. But sometimes it's better to draw a new logo. You can do it in Figma by combining image and a font, or you can do it in Photoshop or whatever you use. So if you have logos with transparent background, it's always better than if you don't. That's it with logos. Let's move to the next lesson.